Hello, good evening, and welcome back to Management Monday. After an inadvertent stream break, I return! The heat wave was terrible, and we shall not talk about it that much because I do not wish to remember. But, I'm feeling good, I'm back, everything's fine. Let's play some Planet Zoo. Let's play some Planet Zoo tonight. Let's not talk about the weather. There was also quite a bit of footy, but yeah, I'm not gonna rehash that. I am not a sports channel. I did mostly enjoy it. I'm very happy. That's probably about as much as needs to be said, is what I'm thinking. So, I'm trying to get my volume balances correct. Who knows if I've gotten it this time, but... Okay, so, today the main goal is to flashbang all of you by turning on the light, and to get this wall done, because then I will be able to install my coyotes. And that would be awesome. Although, hello, rock. You're not supposed to be sticking through that wall. Tuck yourself back in there where you're supposed to be. There you go. Okay, thank you. So, I did do some work on the zoo in offline non-stream time. Just mostly some busy work. I worked on the rock retaining wall over here, and I put in the forest that is the edge of the zoo. So I did several hours worth of rock placement, is mainly what I spent my time on, but I put in a nice little fence here, and a little planter for the staff over here, and I also moved some trees around. I put in a maintenance access door over here with a little path to it for the staff to take care of the waterfalls, and as mentioned, did move some trees around. Particularly, there was this giant oak tree that was up on the slope over here that was sticking out like a sore thumb, and I moved it to a place where it doesn't stick out anymore. So that's the thing that I did. But mostly it was just a few hours placing rocks over in that area of the zoo over there, and also a few plants to fill in where the train curves after leaving the jaguar pen. Just some general stuff. So yes, the main plan tonight is to get this wall done, which is going to be fairly simple because I know what the heck I'm doing. However, maybe a little time consuming because of the intensity of the curve that we have going on here. So, let's grab this, group edit, and past me was not kind. Past me was not kind to me. So we're gonna grab this one, duplicate, smack it up against that wall, make sure that I have angle snap turned on, bring this up this way, and around this way. And tuck. Now, I'm not 100% sure where exactly the... Whoops. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. Oh, it's lost in there forever now. I just wanted this level right here. Honestly, that's all I wanted. Okay. Then we put this wall back in where it's supposed to be. This gets duplicated. And drop it down there like that. And yes, this is too tall because I've been lazy. 2 walls. We'll use rustic. Let's see. Oh yeah, look at that. The 2 meter is the perfect height. Alright. This one is the important one right now, though. Okay, so duplicate. Sorta rotate. That's not far enough, but we're working with it. And this one gets sunk so that I can follow the edge here. And in fact, you know what? Let's come in here and make the edge super visible. Just run some grass along the edge of the path here so that I can see the bloody thing. And actually, while I've got the tool out, let's come over here and make sure I've done myself the same favor. Because I doubt the tigers are going to want that much dirt anyway. I honestly don't know about the coyotes. I've only built an enclosure for them once before, and I'll be honest, I don't remember. So, using the grass just makes the edge of the path super visible, which is going to make it a lot easier for me. Let's bring us back in here. Okay, this is the point where angle snap gets turned off. About like that. And smack that nice and firmly into that wall. Then pray for the fates to be kind. The fates are in fact kind this time. That will do nicely. So now this wall is in the correct place. So, come out here. That is definitely not what I intended to press. Close enough. And firmly merge those together. This one up here. And then duplicate it. Because this end piece, I don't want it to be window. I'm going to put a display there. I'm going to very slightly adjust this. So that we are no longer in the flicker zone. Okay. Now the usual treatment for curves that I intend to use. There we go. Now this is a very tight curve, so it's not going to be perfect, alas. Because I refuse to go to a smaller piece than a 2 meter. You know, I realize I hadn't unpaused the zoo. I really should have done that. Oh yes, amongst the things that I did in offline that people didn't need to see. I did take measures in the hopes that the foxes will not be escaping as often. We'll see if that works. I did not take the time to just run the zoo to find out if I had been successful in my attempts, but we shall see, we shall see. Because it was getting a little bit annoying, constantly having to take care of the fox's escaping problem. So I extended their walls underground, which often fixes this popping through with the animation problem. For reasons known only to the programmers of this game, some animals, I've only encountered it with the small cats previously, but some of the small cats especially, they have an animation where if there's even a single pixel gap between the bottom of the wall and the ground, they will just pop right through that sucker. It doesn't do that with the official barricades, but if you build your own, which is basically what I do because I can actually get straight lines with the walls that I build, whereas I have a great deal of difficulty managing that with the in-game walls. But yeah, if you build your own walls and there is a little single pixel gap that you can't even see between your wall and the ground, some animations will pop your animal right through that barrier. And that is a problem. That is a ongoing problem. So it's best, especially with the smaller animals, to sync your walls. Now, I thought the foxes were big enough that it would not be a problem. That is my fault. That is my mistake. So I've sunk the walls for the foxes, and hopefully that will take care of the escaping issue. Cross fingers, knock on wood. Why did I make this path such a sharp curve? I knew I was going to have to do something with it. Also, I have realized, while I was doing the rock work that I mentioned, that I am putting pretty much all of my trickster beings in the same zone of the zoo. Although I'm not actually sure of the reputation of Arctic foxes. They are quite a bit further away, but I've got my red foxes, my hyenas, my coyotes, all in the same general area. Is this a good plan? Hard to say. Am I going to change the plan because I realize this? Absolutely not. If I just like bring this a little more this way, I said. Whoops! Oh, that was a mistake. I have got to stop hitting C by accident. The problem is that C and X are right next to each other on the keyboard, and do you think I'm looking? I am not looking. Oh, hey, there's actually a section here that I can treat as straight. That was pleasant while it lasted. Like that, I think. And now I've gotten just too close to the path, so that's great. Oh! I'm over here already? That was a lot sooner than I expected. I am pleasantly surprised. I will just let that be like that. And just bring this out here. Okay, that went faster than I thought it would. Okay, duplicate this. Oh, why are you not clicking to the wall? Why aren't you clicking to the wall? Houston, did I accidentally split the groups? 449, 449, 449. Yeah, they're all in the same group. So why are we not snapping? I'm very confused. I can use this though. Go like that. And like that. And tuck, 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 tuck. we want these two. Line that up there like that. And then bring them down like that. There we go. Why is the light being weird on this one section? I don't understand. Okay. So, now I have this lovely, great big curvy wall. And... let me pause for a moment and find a staff member. Preferably a janitor, because you're guaranteed to be doing something. Yeah, you are going to inspect the red fox. Okay, you are working, so I'm not going to appropriate you. Okay, you know what? Fine. I probably need more caretakers anyway. Let's come back over here. Staff. Hire a caretaker. Oh, no, no. Stand right there. Carrie. Okay. Now we come along, we grab all of these. Like that. And then we find Carrie. Hi, Carrie. I should have dropped you more towards the middle, Carrie, but oh well. And we drop this wall so that it is... depth perception. Okay, we want it just a little bit. There. Okay. Now, this is super close to the path, so I am not going to use wire mesh, because that is just asking for trouble. I'm going to use just plain glass. But I also need to figure out my height here. Now here's a curiosity. Let's see. Duplicate. If I just bring this up here like this. Hey, Carrie. Why can't I move you, Carrie? Oh, because you weren't actually standing. Okay, yes, I apologize. Thank you for volunteering for this, Carrie. You've been very helpful. Yeah, that's actually a perfect window height, isn't it? I think that will do nicely. Thank you for your assistance, Carrie. You can go about your job now. Okay, so that means I can come in here and grab all of these. This is actually going to make this so much faster. Because I won't have to do them each individually. And duplicate. And line her up. Oh yeah, we are cooking now. Alright, let's let go of the rustic. I am gonna use the wood for my windows on this, just so that we have consistency and match throughout and stuff. So I will be using this wood for the windows. Top and bottom, I will still use the marquee poles for the in-betweeners, but that is a problem for the future, because right now I need to get some glass in here. 1 meter by... there it is. The 2 by 1. No, wait. 4 by 2. There it is. Okay, that's the one. Okay, duplicate. Oh no. Oh, why are you like this? Why is there a gap? Why? There's not supposed to be a gap. You're supposed to line up perfectly. Why did you not line up perfectly, darling? Okay, the glass is being weird. Everybody's confused. Okay, so why is it just slightly over like that? That's so strange. The glass is being weird. Why is it not centering? That is the question. Like, see that? Perfect. That? Not perfect. Not perfect at all. Very, very weird. Very, very, very weird. I wonder if it would be behaving better if I were using the one-way glass like usual. Oops. I am not loving this having to adjust each of them manually thing. This is weird. Starting to think that maybe I should use the boards between these as well, because the seams are being very strange. Okay, let's try an experiment. If I go for the usual one-way glass, oh, that is being even worse. Okay. This is probably because I kept accidentally hitting C, so that it's entirely my own fault, but... Okay, so yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to use the boards for the in-betweeners as well, just to hide the wonkiness. Well, I'm gonna use the poles to hide the wonkiness. Because this is very strange. Come on. There you go. Also, the sill is being uneven here. I don't mind that the sill on the human side is the smaller one, but it's also, this is not centering, which is also weirding me out a little. It's behaving very strangely is all I can say. Don't accidentally hit C, folks. Okay, okay. Okay. In a way, I'm glad that I can do this in the clear glass, because the way that the one-way glass was behaving, I probably would have blown a brain cell trying to get that to cooperate properly. Okay. I'm halfway. I haven't actually counted, so I'm going to assume that I'm halfway because it makes me feel better. Whoops. Accidentally slid my mouse a little too far. Still getting used to the new mouse. I have adjusted the sensitivity to a place that is much more comfortable, but she is still we are still a work in progress, me and this mouse. Okay. There are some folks who just build their walls ahead of time and end up sliding the whole thing, but I find that difficult. A lot of times the arrows get wonky when you have multiple different materials. And I don't really like fighting the entire wall. Or having each section of wall be its own group. There are enough groups in this zoo. I really... And there's also the fact that this is the way that I did it before I learned that you could, you know, make a group and do that. So this is now what I'm used to. It's all about what kind of pain you wish to experience. I'm getting there. I've done more than I have to do. There we go. But yeah, when moving objects around, do try not to press C. It makes things weird. Okay. Just a few more panels to go. And... whoops, a little too high. I mean, all things considered, it has been a good thing that I ended up choosing a material that I can see the seams in. Otherwise, I would be so very, very angry right now. But this way, I can see the seams, so I can set the seams. And while this is painful, it's being done with a minimum of pain. And when have my builds ever not been painful, honestly? So, let's just get this. Just two more. And then we get to find out what exactly the wood is doing in this situation. Whoops, too far. All right. Last glass panel. Okay, now I'm just gonna go and capture the color of the wood here. Whee! Come with me if you want to live. And we'll just stick you to that wall there. Whoops. That is not the kind of duplication I wanted to do. And we'll stick you there. Okay, that should have captured the particular color of the wood that I've been using here, so that hopefully this next step will not be too entirely painful. I'm going to use the glass in the hopes that it will obey. Now, I want... Oh, it is not going to be that cooperative, I see. And it is not centered either. That is spectacular. Okay. Plan B. We're gonna make a cute little sill. That is about the depth that looks good, yes. And then... like that. Okay, this is gonna get real interesting, I can tell. Okay. I only saved the one length. That does me no favors. Is there more than one length of this stuff? Okay, timber beam thin, 2 meter. Okay, yes, there is 1 meter available. We're gonna want to do that with the poles as well, probably. Yeah, okay. I hate that the arrow is in the way. Well, I managed to line that up anyway, but it was only by luck. Oh, now that's fascinating. What the heck is going on here? Okay, I guess I have to do it that way. That's weird. Okay. This is gonna take longer than I thought it would. Okay, and then... and the post goes in here like this. I think I want it more on this side than that side, but if I want to line it up with the edge there, I'm gonna have to wait until after I do all the wood along. Fun! I wonder, would this be any easier if I were using the stone instead of the wood, instead of the glass? Like if I went like this. No, that's definitely worse. Although that will be handier when it comes to the pillars. Time consuming is what this is gonna be. Oh man, I thought I could just get away with doing a top and a bottom. Get your semi-NDK jokes squared away now. Okay. And then line that up there. Why are you like this? And then do best to center post on seam. Like so. Like that. We just gotta go through and do it all like that. This won't take forever at all. I'm starting to think I should have done the wood and then the glass. Admittedly, the glass does give me an easier seam to line up with. Like that. I'm low. Like so. And then duplicate this as that. This is where the thing being round is a great advantage to me. It really does a good job of hiding those seams and sealing them. Okay. Try and get that squared away. I have to be very careful to not be doing the 1 pixel syncing thing that I have been. this area. Do my best to center that sucker. It doesn't have to be absolutely perfect, but it does have to be close enough. Snap is our friend. Oh yes. Like that. Now, admittedly, doing the sill definitely looks better than having the ostensibly bare stone. As I do find that with the building pieces, especially the stonework ones like this one, you do get a sort of a unnaturally sharp edge. So it's good to put a kind of a sill or something on it. Admittedly, I'm going to be leaving the tops of this wall the way that it is, because I'm too lazy to cap it. But it is a little weird feeling to have the fancy stonework and then to have the super sharp edge in it. It does end up looking a bit strange. There's a long way to go. However, we do have to mention for the record, I have been streaming without pause on for about an hour, and no foxes have escaped. So it does appear that my measures have borne fruit. But yeah, once again, I've only made an enclosure with coyotes once before, and I don't remember exactly how large little guys are. Although, as you can tell by my tone, I don't remember them being terribly big. So I am treating them like any other small animal that will animate themselves out of the premises, and I am sinking their walls. me a post. I'm very glad for the post in this instance because this seam is being very weird. Bring that out just far enough. Like that. And it's good to make this one look good from the inside as well as the outside because, you know, the people on the walkway are right there. So... why are these seams being so weird? Like that. I'm not sure what's going on with this. Thankfully, this is a... I do it and then I never have to think about it again. For here, bring that forward. That. But yes, this whole conjoined enclosure will look quite nice once it's completed. As especially with these with all this wood and such like. And it's a good contrast to the purple that is the hyenas. So, like it's red at the foxes, it's purple at the hyenas. It's shades of blue over here. I think I'm doing pretty well color-wise in this general area. did you go all the way over there? There we go. Mayhaps there is still some sensitivity to be fooling around with on this mouse. Let's see. Like that. But yes, in cases like this where you have like some very sharp curves that you're covering, the marquee beam doesn't actually work terribly well. You do want something thicker and preferably rounder. Maybe not as thick as what I'm working with here, but the overlaps tend to be quite stark when it comes to the tight curves, whether it be inner or outer. And yeah, you do need to do something about that. And unfortunately, square things just end up emphasizing the problem. That is solely for the vertical seams, just as a by-the-by. Horizontal things, like what I'm working with here, it doesn't actually matter all that much, whether you use a square or a round. The seams will figure themselves out. You know, this is absolutely the wrong angle to be looking at this while doing this. There we go. Now I can see. And then I do like this stained Indonesian wood, especially that, you know, you can have the wood color just peeking out from behind. Like, yes, I did keep the wood color very light because I figured that looked better with the blue, but you can make the wood color all sorts of things. Whoops. I wanted a duplicate, not a move. That is the wrong one. That's the one that I need. up here. Do my best to center it. This is very slow going, but still no fox escapes. I was worried that I hadn't gotten all of the walls with the foxes. But if I missed one, it's one they don't go near often. But yes, the plan is to do some more between stream work on the zoo. Mostly in the rock placement area. There is quite a lot of rocks to be put in. And that is a rather time-consuming task. Alas. And one that those on the stream or who have been to the YouTube channel have sat through quite a bit of already. So let's see. So the retaining wall along the western edge of the zoo, where we have like a cliff that I'm doing absolutely nothing with. Instead of being dirt, that is going to be rock, and I will be gradually putting the rocks in for that in an off-stream manner, because it is a very time-consuming task. It's one that I rather enjoy, but I don't think it's as enjoyable to watch as it is to do, I think. Like, honestly, once I got halfway down this wall, I could have been like, well, that's good enough. I'll do the rest off stream, because, you know, it's a lot of this. But it's a short enough wall that I think that it won't be too entirely painful. I forgot to do the outside edge. Come here, you. There we go. Bring this over here. Bring that over there. Center myself. Keep moving, keep moving. As long as I keep moving, this will not in fact take all night. Oops. Okay, that's what hitting C gets you. Let's try that again. Like that. I worry that I might be rising, but honestly, how would I be able to tell? I'm good at seeing pixels, but I'm not that good. Okay. Like that, I guess. Whoa, why are you flickering? Why flicker? Why flicker now? None of the rest flickered. How dare you? Okay. Progress is progress, and progress is progressing. And if I say it just a few more times, progress will stop sounding like a word. And like that. I think I'm just slightly further than I have left to do. I think. I mean, I am really pleased with how this is looking. Like, I really like how this is looking. It is being a little time consuming, but the end result is well worth it, I'd say. Line that up. Stop hitting X. Okay. Close enough. Doing the sill all the way around or across the entire side was definitely the right idea. It is a little finickier to place. But I am really liking how this is looking. Only a few panes left to go. And once I have these windows in place, I can put the barriers on and figure out what kind of space I'm working with so that I know how many coyotes I get. Because this space is definitely big enough for a good sized pack of coyotes. But I don't know how many I'm looking at until I know what size I've actually made. These thick beams cover a myriad of sins. This is very good. Okay, and like that. Like that. I can see the keeper door. Okay. There's only 2 panels left. I think those are the actual edges of the panel. I'm not 100% certain anymore, though. Bring that out just far enough to see. Line that up that away. That. Okay, one last panel, and it is a tricky one, but that. There. There. Yeah, that's what I thought. There. 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 And there. And then there. Okay, now I can delete those. The door is gonna need some work, but I can't do it until I go out and come back in again, which does mean I'm gonna lose the color, but we'll work with that. Because are you kidding? Would you stop doing that? There we go. Thank you. Okay, now I can fix the door. Alright, those are the messed up ones. Okay. We're going to take the not messed up ones. Oh dear. Because of my own foolishness, I'm having to do this in a very weird way. I don't understand why it's embedding itself in the wall rather than how did that get unchecked? We're not going to think about this too hard, folks. Oh, thank you for giving me a square. I am doing this the weird but easy way. That is good enough. There is some weird lumpiness around here, which is throwing things off just a bit, but that. It will never look quite right. But it's kind of a fake it till you make it kind of thing here. There. The doors just don't quite fit in the frames that we've been given, so one must do a little jank. Little. But that should do nicely. Okay, let's see here. Okay. That wall is complete. That wall is complete. The door is sealed. Should I decorate this door? Yes, probably. Okay, I'll go like that. And like that. And we'll grab those. Bring them across. Why are they rotating from the center? I do not know. That. And like that. And then do my best to duplicate that over on the other side. That'll do. It's a pity that I can't recolor these railings. Oh well. Okay. And then path. Railing on elevated. Volcanic rock path. It's going to be a little weird around here to be starting with because I'm going to still be constructing over on this side. And I'd like as few people as possible to be wandering around through this. So I'm only going to open the one staircase. Also, let's plant some grass. I will be putting some plants in. But until I take care of that, I prefer for it to be nice and green around here. I think the coyotes might like dirt, so it may end up really looking like this in here, but we'll see. Okay. Do I have... Oh, I do have angle snap turned on. Go me. Well, we're wanting to turn that off. That goes there. Just do like that, because I'm lazy. Okay, that's the really gross edges, emphasis on gross. And then on the straight edges, we tuck, we add a post, and we tuck. Now this section, it is very important that this is inside the wall. Because the tigers and the coyotes must never meet. So it's very important that we have no yellow on the inside of either of them, which is what makes this corner so very interesting. Okay, no yellow there, no yellow there. I win! And here, because this has kind of a curve, I want to bring this slightly outside the walls. This is where we come back to the straight edges, so we can tuck those right in. And then this has such a severe curve that we are going to be outside. I'm trying to keep it reasonably close, though. Okay, that goes there. And that way I can bring this one out here like this. And that way it's all yellow outside. And otherwise we are fully tucked in the walls. Okay, good, good. Okay. I will need to pull the same door shenanigans with the tiger, but... Okay. Now, facilities. Education. Educational speaker here. And here. And that's probably a fox. And speaker there. And there. I'm gonna be real lazy. Partially because I did not really leave myself enough space. So that is gonna go there. And that is going to go there. And then speaker here. And speaker here. Okay. How has he escaped? Seriously, how has he escaped? Oh, look at that! Look at that! Mateo de-escaped. Now, here's the question. Did I miss that end? Nope, nope, that's got a piece going underneath. Your guess is as good as mine, folks. Okay, we are going to rename this. (2,696 meters squared. Let's just call that 2,600 for my peace of mind. Okay, let's see here. Up to 12. And it can be totally mixed. Okay. So I should have room for all 12 according to the current metrics. That'll be fun. Okay, reset all filters. Start a new filter. Sort them according to how pretty they are because I no longer care. Waynette here will be joining the zoo. Let's see. Waynette is 1,200. So we want we want coyotes that approach that amount of prettiness. And gender doesn't matter, apparently. Okay, also work zones. Let's see here. I think we're Swamp North here. Yes, yes we are. Alright, add some coyotes. I don't need to add a keeper yet. And while I'm at it, Bengal tiger, what temperature range are we looking at for you? 12 to 42. So if we set your water temperature to like 25, everything will be hunky-dory without getting the raccoons upset? Yeah. Yeah, let's go for 25. Actually, you know what? Let's go for 28 because I put this water regulator here for a reason. Okay, so the raccoons will have some nice warmish water to swim in that will melt their ice terribly. It's just deep enough to swim there. The tiger is probably not going to have the same advantage over here. I don't want to get started on a big building project at the moment because that is going to stop me from checking for coyotes. Speaking of, none of you are pretty enough. I would do something. Okay, let's pull up the coyotes again. Hello, coyotes. Let's see. North and Central America. Taiga, temperate, grassland, desert, tropical. We have a lot of options here. Okay, so, let's see. Filter. Continents. North and South. Biomes. Desert, grassland, taiga, temperate, tropical. These are the plants that I can use that will not upset the coyotes to be near to, so... let's see if I can do some filling. In particular, I would like to drop a tree right here. Oh, right. Set that aside. Those are really pretty, but they're difficult to work with, so, sorry. Let's see. Tree. Palm tree? No, I am not using palm trees on the outsides of my zoo. That is touching the stairs too much. That is close to what I'm going for, but it's just, it's touching. We will not be using festive spruces. Fig trees are too big around. Giant red cedars are aptly named and therefore just a little too big. Let's see. Holly is iffy. Yeah, that's... I kinda need a lollipop tree. I need like one of these or one of these, like something that is slender on the bottom and poofy on top. There is the kapok, but I have to sink these quite a bit to be able to use them. But it must be admitted that its foliage goes really well with this over here. Okay, let's try sinking the kapok. Like if I do this so that it's only a little taller than that other tree. See, those go really well together without being the same tree. Although I don't really like how they're holding hands here. Let's rotate. I like it, but I also don't really like how their canopies are touching. I'll try 2. It's slightly less fluffy. Can do like that. And that way the canopies are not touching. And then I need some ground cover-ish sort of thing. Let's plant some grass. I can't really do this side yet. I can do this side of the stairs, but I can't do this side of the stairs. But that Labrador tea gave me a really good idea. I'll do. Come back over here. Let me grab some. Oh, that's right. Mulch doesn't have biome tags. I think this will be a case where the Arctic wood is going to do me good. Okay. I'm going to add it to this group because that's going to make it easier. Oops, wrong one. I wanted the blue one. Okay, like that. And about that high. Please be in far enough. I'm gonna call that good enough. Okay, and then I'm gonna have to jank it just a little bit. Because I don't want this to be really wide, so just gonna rotate that way. And rotate it this way. It's a pity because the wood changes direction, but oh well. So over here. And we'll just run this down here. And like that. Okay. Then I'm gonna grab all of this. And despair. Alright, I guess I'm gonna grab this. Bring that over here. And then this. And I mildly hecked up, but it'll be fine. As what I'm doing here is I'm making a nice little planter. The only problem is I'm going to have to turn off my continents and biomes in order to get my hands on the mulch, which is annoying. Turn off the biomes. Turn off the continents. I need an oblong of mulch. That's a 2 meter. That is a 1x4. That should be. It is too wide. I'm too good at my job. However, this one will optical illusion itself into the correct configuration, so. It is a little narrow, but if I center it perfectly, once I put the plants in, it'll be fine. Okay, and I did like the Labrador tea. And I don't get to use that often, to be honest. L-A-B. Now, admittedly, this is the laziest way to do this, but... And that disguises the slight wonkiness that we have going on with the paths. Speaking of... I do like that. Okay, it has to be wider, so... We'll just make them match. Like so. I don't think I'm going to go with railings on this. We're just gonna treat the curb like a curb. What are these folks doing? Oh, they're just they're walking right through my curb. Alright, now that disguises the wonkiness that's going on with the path. And the people coming to these shops are like, wow, I'm touching pretty things. Pretty things are around me. I like pretty things. Because that's just the way they are. Okay, so it's been a bit. What do we have on offer? Ooh, Tristan, you're pretty. Welcome, Tristan, welcome. We have a couple of meddlers. They're not as pretty, but I do like medals. Medals are good. So we'll take Essence and Embrace, which brings us up to 4. And Charlotte and Bobbly. All the girls are pretty. So many girls. Alright, how many we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's half the coyotes. And another really pretty girl. Okay. Tyler, come and help. Come and help Tristan. Tristan's all alone. Okay. The only problem is that now I have to move this tree because it's not centered against the flower bed. Does this... Okay, the canopies still aren't touching. Okay, I still win. And I did forget to check, but no, that is not a climbable tree. Alright. I still feel like I need some sort of ground cover. Particularly, this is such a large area. And because I put some big old trees up in there, I can't grow anything too entirely big down here. So, filters. Continents, North and South America. Biome, desert, grassland, taiga, temperate, tropical. Arrowroot. Bracken? Both arrowroot and bracken might be a little bit too much coverage. Although I do like how the bracken looks around the bottom of this caphawk, so... You know what, I'm gonna give it a couple of taps. We can always go with the buffalo grass, though that does look better with the long grass, but I don't think I want this area to look unmowed. I want it to look like somebody grew something here. Goldenrod isn't quite right either. The heck was that noise? There is the saltwort, but, yeah. There's the cowberry. That one tends to look better on dirt. I don't know if I'm enthused though. Like, I don't want to use exactly the same thing as I used for the... Oh yeah, I do need to hire me some more roaming educators. The zoo has definitely gotten big enough that we are going to need more than what we have. Like, I could put in... I could put in some holly. I don't remember whether they're a shade plant or not. The ferns, just, they take too many to cover an area, to be honest. Nettles. Yeah, that's another one that looks better on dirt. And I mean, I'm not opposed to turning it back into dirt. Scaviola's same problem as the arrowroot, just too much coverage. We could go for Strangler Fig. I do like the Strangler Fig. The little one is too bushy. And these ones kind of lose something if you sink them though, so... There's the tick seed. Not really what I'm looking for. Water hyacinths look weird on grass. Hedgerows too big. Wisteria is what I'm probably going to end up using for the tiger. Like this wall is going to need to be dealt with, but I'm going to wait until I'm actually done constructing before I do anything about it. The plan is to make that wall one big set of vine, but I have to find out what breed of vine is the appropriate one. Virginia Creeper is just too bright. Even if you put it in long grass, it's doing too much. It is tempting though, because if you put it in long grass, it does actually look fairly good. But it's also, back up to the top. Arrowroot, leaf litter, more arrowroot. Blue stem grass, no. I would love for there to be more options for large area ground cover. Like right now the buffalo grass does fairly well, but then it ends up looking unkempt and unlooked after, and that's really not the look that I'm going for. possible the custard apple is going to be the thing. They're counted as trees, but they're actually bushes. I can put a bunch of these in and then fill in around underneath them. Let's see, let's just, if I sink this one just a bit so that it's not part of the stairs. Okay, that's a start. I just need something that goes under it now. Once again with the just takes up too much space thing. I wonder if I put the creeper like under the custard. That would probably de-intensify the creepers somewhat, but is it really worth it? No, I don't think it's worth it. Where's ground cover when a girl needs it? Well, you know what, let's go with the tick seed in the long grass. I must be careful that my tick seed isn't floating. Because I'm not working with flat ground here, so... Okay, I need the small one now. This is as much for the keeper's benefit as it is for the people, so... Because the employees also feel better about their lives when they have pretty things to be nearby. Gotta be careful not to overdo it too much, though. If I do, it'll end up looking weird. Okay. Let's tuck that away for now. And give the grass a bit of an unmow. Gotta be careful not to get too close to the path, because it will shove its way through the path given the chance. And that looks weird. But I feel like the tick seed in particular looks better with long grass. Oops. That will do nicely. Hopefully the coyotes have strong neutral feelings about long grass. Because I'm not sure how much I painted into their enclosure there. And you know, we're gonna give this a little scrub of dirt. Because frankly, ferns look better on dirt than they do on... Ferns look better on dirt than they do on grass. There. Are my ferns floating? No, they are not. Good. Very good. Alright. Another coyote check, I think. How many do I have again? We are gonna have more girls than boys, by a significant margin. Okay, so I have 9 coyotes. I just need 3 more. I really should get more males. But the girls just end up being so pretty. Okay, one more. Tevin, thank you for being pretty. Okay, I feel like these are enough coyotes that they're gonna need 2 keepers. So 1, 2. Okay, Kelly, you are going to join Keeper Zone Swamp North. Deanna, you are also going to join Keeper Zone Swamp North. Welcome to the party. Alright. Let me take my butt over here to make things easier. And then grab all these coyotes. Okay, that is 12 animals. Send those to the quarantine, and then we're going to unpause so that I can laugh at what's going to be going on here. Oh, right, they don't carry them to the quarantine. They only carry them out of the quarantine. All right, never mind. That laughing moment is not actually going to occur. All right, so back over here to the gloriousness that is my coyote enclosure. Obviously, this is going to have to be set up for the animals, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause. I'm going to have a nice save. Okay, and I'm going to take a quick break here. My water needs to be refilled. I should probably have a bio break because my water needs to be refilled. You know, I'm thinking I maybe should run some ads, maybe. But you know, I should take care of all of those things. So I will. And as soon as I have taken care of all of those, I will be back. So I will see you all in just a few minutes. Hello, I have returned, which means it's time to deal with setting up this enclosure for the coyotes and deciding where the heck to put everything. Well, I should definitely, let's get back to the live. Yes, there we go. There's the live page. That's handy. That's useful. Okay. Species. Coyote. I'm going to give them some leaves. I worry about the rise in the ground here. I don't know whether or not they can jump high enough, but we'll all find out together. Also, for 12 coyotes, I'm thinking we're going to need 2 trays. So I'm going to put one here. And one over here. Give them a nice water pipe there. Scent marker. Cardboard box. Dog ball. Sprinkler. Chew toy. Pronghorn pinata. Ooh, water pool. What if I just sort of tuck this over here? Colorful ball. Bamboo feeder. Ooh, prey scented sack. Tug rope. I feel like there isn't enough food enrichment here. Let's put a skittle feeder. Actually, let's put a couple of skittle feeders because it feels like they're very small. And we have a lot of coyotes. Heck, let's put down a second dog ball. Put it over here by the piñata. Block of ice. Okay, I feel like I put down a lot. We're gonna have to wait for the coyotes and see if that's enough. There are definitely people who are going to be standing up here to look at the coyotes. I'm almost certain of it. Maybe I should put an education speaker like right there. Staff are having to queue to use the facility. What a surprise! Let's just drop a speaker right there. And that way, if people do stop on the bridge to look at the coyotes, they will be educated about the coyotes. Quarantine full, staff queuing. Yeah, I know. We're gonna have to do this in waves. I understand. Four coyotes do not fit. we just gotta get these. Okay, the first coyote has passed. The second has passed. Okay, let's see here. You passed, you passed, you passed, you passed, you passed. Okay, now I just have to figure out which ones I moved and which ones I didn't. Okay, it looks like Okay, you passed, so let's move you in here too. The rest are all in the veterinary getting treated for their various whatevers. Bring them in. Oh, Tristan's got a disease too? Okay, I'm gonna pause that there for the moment. Oh, I don't know why there's suddenly fireworks. That is very strange. But yeah, we are actually looking really good already. Come over here. Move them up to grade 3 food. Why are there fireworks? Okay, that'll take care of the nutrition. The enrichment is good for the number of coyotes that are in here. They have plenty of space, but they're not too happy. There's way too much soil. I understand. It is entirely too much soil. You know what, could I interest you in some rock? And you know, we're using leaves as bedding, so I'm gonna put some grass under the leaves. We'll kind of run that up the hill. I don't actually know if they can use this hill, but there's still way too much soil, but we're working on it. You know, we'll give you some sand around your pool, because that makes some sort of sense to me. Honestly, the patterns that I am using for this are not going to make any sense at all. are still running at entirely too much soil. This is what happens when terraforming goes wrong. Man, I must have been remembering a different creature entirely when I was like, I'm sure they'll be fine with lots of soil. I'm sure the soil will be fine. Okay, we're getting into the danger zone of grass, so, back to the sand, I think. Where do I still have dirt? Hallelujah, I win! Okay, they are happy with no coverage. There is some tick seed poking in here, though. I don't want to leave this as a big bare area, though. There is no part of my zoo this big that doesn't have trees in it. Let's see here. This would be a really good opportunity for the bald cypress. Like, we just pop this there. I don't get to use the cypresses very often, so... we're going to keep the trees in the general zone of what else I have in the zoo, which does mean steering away from the palm trees for the most part. Must remember to turn off climbing. I don't think the coyotes are going to want to go up trees, and they certainly do not need to. Like, I am fine with, like, not giving them a lot of bushes or anything like that. It's just, this is a really large area for this particular zoo to be going without any, tree cover. So, we're giving them some tree cover so that it's not a big treeless area. And you know, that gives me a chance to use some of the trees that I haven't been able to fit in other areas of the zoo is nice. No. Better. Little small. Yeah, but the others are kinda... That's a little big. Now auditioning for some good trees. Whoops. It's always hilarious to me that the eucalyptus is not climbable. Koalas are an animal that is available. And I mean, they are koalas, and there are things about koalas, but... Koalas are evolutionarily questionable, let's say. Okay, I feel like I need something here. Not this, because this blocks too much, but... Upright trees wanted! Not the Wimba. The Wimba is way too big. Oh, actually, you! Unclimbable! I wish I could use the Korean pine. I do love them, but, you know, as an excuse to use a strangler fig. I'll just sink that so there's not so much of a gap with the roots down there. Yeah, that's good. I like that. That's... I am feeling that. Yes. Yes, yes. Okay. Alright. Since they don't specifically need nature, I'm going to stop myself there. Alright, coyote. No power. Oh. Show me your power circles. Oh. Fascinating. I mean, in most ways, that is fine. but in a couple of others that is causing me a problem. What if I were to just pop down a windmill? Like right here. Oh dear. Oh, that is a problem. Okay, blast it. Okay, if I put it here is let's see. Give me the negative impact. Perfect. Okay. All right. Just enough juice. I'm just gonna curve this around. Yeah, okay. And why is this not always on? Who wants not T-junctions on their path connects? Okay. And I can just sort of work the rocks around that. Yeah, I can work with that. Okay, and that means that this speaker now actually has coverage, yes? Yes. Actually, I'm gonna move this. Put that there. And that way I have much better coverage with only the two speakers. That reaches about as much of the path as I'd hoped for. Educate the masses! This one also has no power. So I'm gonna shift it over here and pray. Still no power. We're just gonna do away with this one. This one has power. This one. Back to blinding, y'all. Okay. So I can move this one to here. And it'll still have power. And we'll just turn the radio up. Uh-oh. No, it's touching the hyenas. Okay, now it's not touching the hyenas. And then this one has power. Education. Let's move this one. If I move this one like here, it's still receiving power, and it's basically the path is covered except for this bit, which is fine. Is we want to be really careful to not overlap the sound between these two, because it's gonna get real weird. Okay, I will stop blinding everybody, including myself. Okay, whoop. No, I don't want to go all the way to the quarantine. I want to be right here. Charlotte, Tyler, embrace. Come join your brethren. All right. Staff are having to queue to use the facility. It's fine. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. Now, with any luck, people aren't going to be wandering over here. Because there's nothing to look at over there, and there is no exit. Tristan, come. Help keep the other boys from feeling outnumbered. Now, the only thing I'm really worried about is whether or not they can jump to the path from here, because the ground is a little higher here. But hopefully it's not a problem. Are you sure you're not a coil? Okay, nutrition will get up to 100 once they get their level 3 food. Everything else is at 100. We good, kids. Welcome to your new home. We have achieved maximum coyote. enough shelter because the paths actually count as shelter, hilariously enough. Enough space. I got the ground just right. They are content with their plant coverage. It is a little weird to leave the ground this bare, but it also feels right for some reason. I cannot answer these questions. I do not know. But yeah, we're looking good. Happy coyotes! Okay, so there is still the tiger habitat, which has admittedly a significant amount of work still to be done on it. The pathway, the glass needs to be put in, and the roof needs to be done. And of course there is this wall to build, and this wall to turn into a viewing area. Oh, that is floating quite far, isn't it? We'll figure that out later. I mean, I do have the pond in, which is a completely unnecessary thing, but it feels wrong to have a tiger pen without water. So, yeah. So this wall needs to be built. This wall needs to be turned into a viewing wall. Let's see. And of course there's all the work on the path, which is going to be quite time consuming. But I think it'll be pretty rewarding. I still haven't figured out what to do with the corners. Like this corner, this corner, this corner, and this junction is going to need a different roof treatment. Simply due to their nature. And probably it would be the same roof treatment as what I put in over here. But yeah, that's why I left these stairs as being staff stairs. Because it will keep people from wandering through here while I'm in the process of building. But yeah, I hope the tiger won't mind being next to this. Let's see here. I like the look of small steam train. They're viewing the coyote, but they don't have any thoughts about the coyote. That's interesting. But yeah, as I thought, the path is more popular than the windows. So there's still plenty of room for people to walk past on the path. So we are good on that front. You can get a good view of the coyote from here. Okay, there's a thought about the coyote. Excellent. Do you guys have thoughts about the coyotes? Seeing a coyote so clearly is awesome. I will cherish this memory forever. Yay! I'm so happy. I'd love a souvenir. Okay. I have treasured looking at the red fox so much that I'm never going to clean my eyeballs. Nicole Dent here is just a very happy person. Oh yeah, the coyotes are having the coyotes and the hyenas so close together may be the worst mistake that I have ever made, noise-wise. But just think what we're going to be able to listen to while I finish building the tiger enclosure. I don't 100% know that I want to work on the tiger enclosure tonight, though. There's still so many areas of the zoo that I should turn my attention to. Like, there's the big empty spaces around the timber wolves. And also, I have been, in the offline, I did do some planning, and I found out that while this is in the right place, I set it too low. So that's gonna be a little bit of an issue that will have to be dealt with. But, it's going to be relatively easy. Basically, I want there to be water under part of this, and it's set too low right now to have water under it. So I'm going to have to like fill this with water and set a height of a path, then delete all of this and basically build myself a guide cross that is the height of the path, and then raise the group until they're that height and then rebuild. It'll be spectacular. So, I don't really want to do that now because that is really more for when I'm setting up the water a bit more. What I really need to do is, the river got very wide through here. So I need to pull the water out and narrow the river a little bit, put in a dam, like this wall right down here is actually, it's a glass wall, so that this body of water is separated from this body of water. And I need to do the same thing at the other end. And I think I let the river get a little wide and weird. So I need to neaten it up a little bit. And then I need to start drawing in the water. But there's a lot of stuff that needs to be done for that. Like, I want the lake to be partially under this building. I also have 2 animal enclosures that I want to put on the lake. And yeah, I'm going to be making extensive use of the boxes to figure this out. It's going to be a very large lake, but I'm hoping to be able to make it a very shallow lake. Mostly. Except where the animal enclosures are. So that is the current plan. But yeah, this edge of the lake would be the first part, but I need to fix the river first. But I also... are you floating? No, you just look like you're floating because of the stark line between the cut grass and the long grass. I see. Great. I think I really want to work on the fill around the wolves. In particular, there needs to be plants in here. I have a false enclosure in here. I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing with this space, but there's an enclosure that goes here. One that goes here. This needs a bit more than it currently is sporting. Those are done though. I can't really do a lot with this until I absolutely solidify what is going on with the train tracks. I would kind of like to take them over the lake. We'll figure that out. But yeah, there's also, let's see, I'm blinding everybody again. Guest needs. Happiness is fine. Energy, well, that's kind of what the benches are meant to address. They can get back energy by sitting on the benches, so unless I see a patch of red around here. No, all the orange people are close to places where I've put down some benches, so I'm not worried. Hunger. Because it comes down to whether I should make this food, water, like food, liquid toilet, or whether I should make it or whether I should move the enclosure over here. So I have enclosure, and some shops here. So hunger. I have a food court right here, which does connect to this path, so I'm doubtful that I would need that around here. How are we looking? There are some people in the red over here, but wait a minute, were these food stands, or were they okay, those are right, because food and water was going in right here along with a toilet. Okay. And the plan is that this will connect over there as well. And we do have like donuts and coffee over here, so we are a little doldrum here right now, but it will get better. Thirst is always more of an issue. The people are always more thirsty than they're hungry. We do have a food court right here to address this orange patch, though. There's some folks. Okay, they're shopping. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing any major patches. Toilets do appear to be a bit of an issue. We have some red. We have some red. Oh, that's true. I don't actually have a toilet near the restaurant, do I? Is there any place I can fit one in? Not really. That's a problem. Oh, this area is so full. I mean, I do have one that's right over here, but there is a fair amount of walking to get from where these folks who are red are to where it is. But I don't really have a place to put one. I filled everything in. Okay. Thing is, if I come all the way over here, there's one that's right over there because I build all my food courts with one. I could pop one in right here. No, wait, there's one right there. And these red-orange people are heading straight for it. Right after the caretaker. Haha! Let's see. Education is a bit of a wild card. Look at that. People who have relatively freshly entered the zoo are not very educated. Is this speaker even on? It is. But yeah, this will get better. The more that they wander around, the better educated they're going to get. It just looks bad because this is like the first place that people come after arriving at the zoo. So they are the least educated that they will ever be. It does make me feel a little bit like a failure when I, oh, all this red, why is there so much red? But as soon as you move further into the zoo, see how the red just fades out? Like, we don't even have an orange ring. It's just the red just disappears and becomes green. I'm going to a great deal of difficulty to educate my masses. Uneducated train riders, there they go. Getting educated as they ride because I put education speakers on the ride. Whenever they go by an animal pen, they are educated. See, they're yellow now. They go past that. They learned about the red pandas, they're green now. Because people are just not paying attention to the bear education, though, apparently. Oh well, at least they're enjoying the bears. Now, why are these folks so woefully undereducated? How long have you been here? You've been here at least 2 months. Why aren't you educated? Are you deaf? %. That is abysmal. They've been to the badgers and the toilets. From here, I can't even tell for sure that a coyote is in there. Well, why are you standing... Hold on. Why are you standing all the way back here? Like, what coyote are you trying to look at? One over here? Like, why wouldn't you come over here? There's so much window, dude. And I mean, you and your partner are terrible people for bringing a child to the night zoo anyway. But may you become more educated. But yeah, when you have an enclosure this big, you are regularly going to have the problem that people stand in a place where they can just barely get a glimpse of the animal and say, oh, the view is terrible. No matter how much viewing, like if they had come up here, they would have seen so much. But no, they want to stand in the middle of the path, peering from a while over here and being like, oh, is there a coyote? I can't tell. So I don't know the answer to groups like this who stand so far away, and then are like, I can't see. Yeah, of course you can't see. You're not even standing against the window. But yeah, the view is not great at all. I suppose the view is fine. You can get a good view here. It's the entire gamut. Anyway. So, guest need wise, we are doing fine. I am feeling the need to do some fill, because this is the area around the Timberwolves has been ignored for like a year now. Okay, so just in case this impinges upon y'all, what is your... Okay, Europe, Asia, North America. We are... Hold on. Remove all tags. Remove all tags. Okay. Europe, Asia, North America, taiga, tundra, temperate. Thank you, Emma. Okay, this is just in case anything I put in here impinges upon the Timberwolf enclosure. That way they won't get upset. And I need a tree that isn't that. I need something that's bushy. Where's that? Like something like this, but maybe the next one down. Whoa. Wait a minute. Is this also a beech tree? No, that's an ash tree. Okay. This is too small. This reaches through the wall. We've got rocks and trees and trees and rocks. Hello, Madlib. Welcome back to the channel. And water! I like the beech tree, but it's just too fluffy. How goes the continued expansion? The continued expansion definitely continues. Well, I just finished putting in the coyotes, who are over here. In off-stream time, I added there's a rock retaining wall going along here, and I added some forest for the edge of the zoo, so that it's not big and empty. There's still the tiger enclosure to finish, but I've been building that for weeks. The forest looks phenomenal. Alas, it is not actually my forest. This is the forest there is a blueprint that I picked up from the Steam Workshop. which I then copy pasted all over the slopes in order to forest it up. How dare I? Yeah, well, this one is also a blueprint. It saves me from having to put down that many trees, to be honest. Like, we have to remember here that it took me, I think it was 3 months of streaming to fill in the witch's garden. In the beauty that it is. If I had to build the forests myself, we would be here until I died of old age. So yes, I did use a forest blueprint that was available in the workshop, and well, I used 2 forest blueprints that were available in the workshop, and I'm very thankful for their existence. And I really hope that Planet Zoo 2 also has the Steam Workshop. Bro, you saw how many hours I had in Animal Crossing. I understand the crying. Exactly! And that's actually why I did the rock retaining wall off stream, because I do enjoy placing 1,000 rocks. But I don't know if it's that great to watch someone place 1,000 rocks. I mean, coin flip. Fair, fair, fair. Yew trees are lovely, but they're really... We have the fluff through the wall problem again. I want a nice fluffy tree to like fill this area, but I don't... I want it to be like vertically fluffy, not round fluffy. Where's a nice vertically fluffy tree? Fluffs the trees. Oh, are you going to be my professional fluffer, Madlib? You know what? Maybe we go for like a stand. I don't think I've been able to use the Douglas firs anywhere. But like, if we mix the 3 in this area, I believe I will get the area filling fluff that I desire with the verticality that does not poke through the wall. Like if we put one of these down... And let's try not to impinge upon the benches too much. Like some of this. Is that poking through the wall? No, it is not. Now say it again without the word fluff. Actually sing it? Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Oh. Both of them at once, you say? Oh boy! That's 2 different timers. I don't have 2 different timers. We're gonna have to do one then the other. I only have 1 timer. Let's do sing mode first, because I decided that with the word ban, any time that I slip is going to extend the time. So, sing mode is more solid. So let's start with the 10 minutes on sing mode. And then we'll go to the word ban on fluff. Because I don't have 2 timers. Hello, Green. Your timing as usual is impeccable. All right. Sing mode engaged. Hello, 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 hello. Did I check mark this tree? I did. Okay, this one. Hadn't used this one. That goes there. And there. And the tall one. Tall one, tall one, tall one goes here. Yeah, I'm feeling that. Interactive opera. You flatter me. Let's just... Somebody can get poked in the back, it's fine. Oh wait, no, wait, that's way high. That's fine. Do Douglas firs grow this close together in real life? Who knows? I'm just looking for some fill. I'm liking this, I'm liking this. Can practically hear the birds and small woodland mammals approaching. Are you calling me a Disney princess? I can't see the Snow White for the trees. Oh, they're all climbable. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh dear. Okay, let's just select all. Turn it off, turn it all off. Should I put some plants around the base of them? It does seem weird to have grass under this much foliage. If the glass slipper fits, princess. As long as they're flats, I can't wear heels anymore. Dirt, I need dirt. Give me dirt. Give me some good dirt. Isn't it neat? That's better, that's better. I feel like something should go under this, but what? They're already so low to the ground. Shrubs would be too high. I think I need some, like, ground, flat ground. Maybe this is a time for the bracken. Where is my bracken? There it is. Like, we can put in some nice ferns. Look at this dirt, isn't it brown? Wouldn't you say this looks like the ground? Wouldn't you think I'm the princess who makes all the zoos? It doesn't quite scan, but it works. I think bracken is the answer. I'm pretty sure bracken is the answer. We'll just tuck this down a little bit lower. Give it a nice look. All fluffy. Since I can say the word. You know, it's a little difficult to maintain a tune when the music is going like that. I don't know the music that I'm playing well enough to sing along with it. And there we go, there we go. Is that coming through the wall? Not enough to matter. I need a smaller patch of bracken. Why is that one so tall? Why are they all so tall? Got monkeys and foxes aplenty. I've got trees and bracken galore. You want shit, they're escaping again. The foxes have only escaped once so far this stream. Why are they so tall? I don't understand. Why are they so tall? Why are these the only short ones? Fine, we'll just use these ones. I wanted a smaller patch of bracken, but I am denied. Unsha, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Very nice to meet you. It is indeed a channel point redeem. And our lovely Mad Lib has accumulated many, many points and has paid for both a channel point redeem of sing mode, and then we'll have a channel point redeem of me being forbidden the word fluff, unless Mad Lib changes her mind and I get forbidden a different word. Tool, what am I building? Just one moment. Okay, that's enough ferns. Alright, back up. I was just filling in this area here. This area was all empty and sad. Now it is full of tree and ferns. As I've been gradually filling in around the Timberwolf pen. Thank you very much for the applause. There is a cooldown on sing mode. It is only purchasable every half an hour. And actually, come to think of it, one moment here. I should probably... sing mode. Complete. There we go. Back to the zoo. If not for the cooldown, we'd shred Fox's voice. I am not sure that I could sing for an entire stream. It would be difficult, at best. Okay, I am content with that. That is good. Are excited for Planet Zoo 2? I am. I am quite excited. I have seen the new models that they've been drip feeding us, and they look really, really good. Although I do hope that they do something about the way that the toucan sits on things, because right now it's gripping with the very tips of its claws, and it looks weird. But that is honestly my only complaint so far. I am looking forward to the updated path system because I've been battling these for some time. As you may be able to see, I've been working on Nocturne here for quite a while. The glory of Nocturne, my beautiful, beautiful zoo. Only open at night. Only has nocturnal animals. The updated wolves look so cute. Thank you very much, Unsha. I have built nearly everything myself. As I mentioned earlier, I am using some workshop items like the forests at the edge are workshop items. There's this glorious sculpture of a fox here that I wish I'd built, but I can't. But I have got it lit with a halo. I mean, I did do the witch's garden. That's all me. This was not a template in any way, shape, or form. Nobody would make a template of this. Nobody is that crazy. Terrible building in this game. I love the building. The building is why I play. 10 minutes goes by really fast. Alright. Madlib, here's your chance. Do you still wish to forbid the word fluff, or do you want to go for something else? But yeah, the witch's garden, which is also the snake garden, I spent a very long time on because I was layering plants like mad. Path. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Let me. Where did I? There it is. I know I have you in here somewhere. No, not the emote wall. Where? Oh, there's where I put it. Okay. Alright. Forbidden word. Forbidden word is path. Alright. Let me set this up for 5 minutes. Waiting for you to crack out the thesaurus. I am the thesaurus! But yeah, these things, I argue with them a lot. I've been doing my work. I've been working very hard. But man, I am looking forward to the system that Planet Coaster 2. I'm really looking forward. They said that they reused the coding that they did for Planet Coaster 2, and I have seen what some folks are doing with that. And it looks a lot less argumentative to deal with than what we've got now. Like, I am working my way towards a massive water feature here. And yeah, it's gonna be Planet Coaster Stream when I do not actually have Planet Coaster. That is it was basically I had to choose between Planet Coaster and Planet Zoo, and I just wanted the animals. It's a DLC thing. The budget cannot hold both Planet Coaster DLC and Planet Zoo DLC. I can't do it. It's not possible. Not when I also play Crusader Kings. And Stellaris. There's only so much DLC a woman can manage. Okay, I wasted some time. We should look in on the tiger pen. This is the current project. Is this double enclosure? On this side we have the coyotes, which I have just installed today. Imagine a carousel full of zoo animals instead of just horses. I would not ask you to undertake such a burden. Thank you, Madlib. My wallet thanks you too. And on this side, the walkthrough path goes through both of them, but on this side I'm going to have tigers. Hopefully tigers. I'm hoping it's going to be big enough for 2 tigers. It might only be big enough for 1 tiger, but we are going to find out. But yeah, this is quite the project, and honestly, I figured out what I wanted to do with the roof here. So the roof is going to be like this, except the corners are going to have to be something different. And I haven't quite worked that out. Real talk, I'm just picturing Slime Rancher 2 items. You know, that is absolutely fair. But yeah, you know what? I don't know that I have enough time to build a whole nother wall. And besides, the path should be finished first. So let's start putting some glass in this sucker. The main problem here is that these are all grid items, which means that I can't do the duplicate and move trick. 10-hour stream, let's go. You know, I've said the word several times now. How much time has that added to my timer? I don't know how many times I've said the word. I'm gonna add another 5. Well, it wants to be 7, so okay, fine. Will be another 7 minutes. It doesn't want to be 5. It wants to be 7. The main problem here is that I chose archways, which means that I can't use my window frame trick like I did over here. Wait a minute, have I put... I haven't put glass in here yet! Oh no! Oh, that would have been a very brief tiger containment. Let's get the glass in here. Window frame trick of not installing windows at all. Yeah, I'm very smart. Where's my one-way glass? There it is. Oh no, oh no, oh, random rotation is on. Oh, I'm a fool. As a Linux user, screw Windows. Well, the main problem is that if you don't put a wall in, the tiger just sort of jumps out and off into the plains, or off into the mountains in this case. So you gotta put something in. You know, I think I just realized why things have been going wrong. Okay, I might have fixed it. I might have fixed it. I might not have to jiggle every window this time. Nope, I'm gonna have to jiggle every window. Okay, that's fine. That's great. It's also backwards. All right, let's... Oh, no, not... What are you doing? Where did you go? Hold, please. We're having some technical difficulties. Okay. Alright. One-way glass panel. Rotate 90 degrees this way. And then grab the red one and 180 degrees the other way. It's unfair that tigers are dangerous in real life. They look so huggable. I'm sure they're delightful to hug. It's the everything directly before and after. Yeah, it's all the pointy bits, honestly. It's just all the pointy bits. The pointy bits are the main problem. Okay, make sure that the edges are sealed on the window frame. Okay, and repeat ad nauseum. I wonder if I'm going the right way, given the way that these things are going. You know what? I'm going to start at the other end. I mean, this is the train. I could make this mesh, but why ask for trouble? Okay. That way. And then that way. Then make sure that I am centered. Okay. There we go. And yeah, I mean, tigers do look awfully soft. I mean, pretty much every cat looks very soft. So soft and pettable and... What did I do at this corner? Ugh. Wow, that's ugly. Okay, I will have to fix that later. Right now we're doing windows. I wonder, maybe there's an easier way of doing this? Let's experiment. Like, what if I grab this instead? Oh, a dangerous animal has escaped. I think it's one of the foxes. Oh, okay, okay. And then... So close, and yet so far. Damn windows just insist upon being backwards. I don't know if it makes any difference whether I use the log or whether I use the stone. Okay. That, with the added extra 7 minutes, is the amount of time that me talking about the pathing system is forbidden. But who cares? No big deal. Carnivores! It's the carnivores that keep escaping. Let's see. That window. Complete. Haha! Okay, let's take a moment and, Anton, what are you doing? You are visibly inside your enclosure. What is this? It's always the foxes. It's always the foxes. Come on, Anton. There we go. Okay. I extended their walls. Like, I extended their walls underground. That's supposed to stop that problem. But no. You know, if you weren't foxes, you'd be more trouble than you're worth. I worked very hard to give you these lovely backyards to play in. The least you could do is actually stay in the backyard. Shoop. Back to the one-way glass. It was mildly easier using the log, so I'm just gonna use the log. Center and good. I would totally mass copy several panes and inadvertently adjust and individually adjust them after. I wish I could do that, but unfortunately with the change one object into another thing, it doesn't do it in mass. Like, I can duplicate and move multiple objects at once, but if I want to change it from one object to another, I can only do it one at a time. It's very annoying. I mean, I do really enjoy the building in this game, but it must be admitted that they do not make it easy on their builders. Is that turning objects into other objects to add the glass? Yes. What I'm doing, and I illustrate, what I'm doing is I'm taking an object that's already in the place that I want it, and I'm saying duplicate with advanced move in order to get the arrows. And then I say, I actually want that to be one-way glass. And it turns the log into a piece of glass. So it's actually a very handy thing. Like, if you want to be changing objects but keeping them all on the same plane, it is very useful to be able to do this. But there are certain limitations, like you can't do it with mass items. So, in a case like this, I gotta go through and do it one at a time. Why not just place glass instead of turning it into glass, though? Because this way the glass is always at the same depth. It's always in exactly the same place. Like, it's always exactly in the center of the wood here. So I never have to be like, oh, it needs to go a little pixel this way, it needs to go a pixel that way. It's centered exactly. It is placed perfectly. It's just oriented wrong. Like, it would be perfect if the glass were the other way around, because then I just have to set it vertically. But alas, I am not that lucky. But yeah, with this, I am going to have to place the glass and then batch select the glass and slide it into the wall. And that's going to be really annoying. But here, everything is already perfectly centered. The wood is centered on the stone, and the glass is centered on the wood, and everything is beautiful. and I don't have to eyeball it. As I hate having to eyeball such things, because especially with the glass that is, like, it's not transparent on this side, but it is transparent on this side, it is very difficult to judge exactly what I'm doing. So this way, I don't have to guess. There are other ways of doing this, like you can build the whole wall piece as a group and then come along and paste the group and thus do the entire wall chunk by chunk that way. But I never got used to doing things that way. So I just build a piece at a time. Also, I don't like having that many groups in my zoos. I have a tendency for very large, very ambitious zoos. So I end up with a lot of groups, and I've lost track of exactly which way this is supposed to go. I think that's it. I'm pretty sure that's it. Ah, curves. And so if this entire wall, like if this single wall was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, however, like that's a lot of groups. Whereas right now, this entire enclosure plus the coyote enclosure on the other side is just one group. So that is also a consideration, because I hate merging groups. Something weird happens whenever I merge groups. Splitting groups is fine. But every time I merge groups, something goes weird. Okay. But yeah, it's also a part of a performance thing. You try and limit how many groups that you have. You turn off climbing everywhere except in enclosures that the animals need climbing in. You always use the biggest piece possible. That's why I work in 2 meters and not 1 meters. For one, it's easier, and for another, it means that I have fewer pieces. man. Oh, this path is really close to this wall here. It's getting tricky. I'm really glad I can say path again at this point. Using the log is better because I only have to rotate one way. It's still weird that it's using the long edge as the pivot edge, though. You know, I cannot hear the coyotes half as much as I thought I'd be able to. Do I still have the zoo on pause? No, no, wait, I hear people. No, it's just I can't hear coyotes through the wall. Interesting. I would have thought I'd be able to hear them quite clearly. They're very loud. They're very vocal. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this from the train side. This path is just way too close. Okay, much better. Until the train comes by, I can see. Until the train comes by. Oh, now I'm starting to hear the coyotes again. Life would be so much better if this glass had gone in the correct way around. Oh, there goes the train. We're working on it, we're working on it. I realize also that this wall, I didn't get the entire cap on it, so that is also a thing. That'll be much easier, though. For one, I'm not going to have to flip things around for that one. I have more done than I have less to do. I gotta be careful of my angles here so that I don't blind myself and everybody else with the glare. Yeah, we're starting to get into glare binding territory here. Oh boy. Let's see. Okay, there we go, there we go. That's the angle, that's the trick. Okay. It is a little bit harder to tell that I've got the thing in the right place from this side because the glass is so much clearer here. This one-way glass is magical. When have you ever seen one-way glass this perfect? There are a few things in the zoo that are, you know, more magical than not. Okay, like that. And like that. And last one. Like that. There. Alright, the train side has been glassed. And in the good way, not the bad way. Alright. Over here, we're going to pull up rustic. And it's the same thing, except we're going to be switching to a 1 meter by 2 meter stone panel. Oh, come on, you're supposed to keep the color. Hold on a moment. We're just gonna pop this up here so that it remembers that, hey, I changed the colors on that. And we're gonna do that again. Where'd it go? There it is. And now that it's done that, I can delete that. The game has a hard time remembering color choices. Like, you'd think, hey, I duplicated this color choice, so when I go and pick the same thing, I want the same color choice would be a thing, but no. I think I might be rising, and that's bad. Yeah, I think I rose just a little bit. I hopefully will not be punished for that. Those tigers need an incredibly tall wall. At least here the train can't get in my way. And you do not want to know how close I'm leaning to my monitor while I do this. Just don't think about it too hard. I know I'm not. And I mean, you don't have to court eye strain to play this game. There are the in-game barriers. They're much easier. They're not as customizable. Okay. When I build my own walls, I get to decide a lot of things that the in-game barriers don't let me decide. Like, I can be like, I want to have a window, and I want that window to be one-way glass, and I want the spaces between I want the window frames to be blue, and I can build that. But I can't actually make the in-game barriers do that. I can make the in-game barriers have one-way windows, absolutely, but I don't get to choose the color. It's the same color as the barrier. So now, what can I use as a way to measure this sucker? I wonder if the board will help me here. You, come with me. I want that, but the other way around. So we do that on the other side. Like that. That will do nicely. Alright, we'll just run this around. I only need one on each of the straight edges. That one is already in the perfect place. I won't be keeping them, I think, but this is just going to give me a depth guide for setting my glass. It's a pity that I can't have it on the inside because that's where the one-way is going to be and it's much easier to see on that one, but I will work with it. Because I would much rather have the big sill on the inside where the people are than on the outside where a big muscly tiger happens to be. Just saying. If I make it so that the tiger can only get a grip with its little toesies, maybe the people will be safer. Okay. Oh. I missed a side. Oh, no, I did have pieces there. I just didn't see them from a distance. Oh, need one over here. Okay. I think I got all of them now. Alright, now I need the 4 meter by 4 meter. Upright. Cover the window. There we go. I have it backwards. Very smart I am. Very smart. Very. Tiger can see in, people can't see out. Much better. Okay, does that mean that I can use... I can use this side. Yay! Okay, and set that right there. Using the board as a depth finder. Noise. Okay. Is this enough glass? It is not enough glass. That is unfortunate. Okay, like this. We're having fun because in some places it is enough glass, and in other places it is too much glass. I will be coming through and fixing things, I promise. Okay, make sure I'm not coming through that wall. That's the right depth. Then grab this piece and tuck tuck. The arched windows are going to be such a nightmare. Also, Fox mass copying giant sheets of glass. Yes, and then flying them around through the air. Nothing was sliced and diced in the making of this zoo. Take this over here. It's fine. It's just a few sheets of glass. Just a few I don't know, whatever 40 times however many I'm flying around worth of glass is. And also, this is what I meant by having to eyeball the depth. Even though I'm using these boards as measurements, I know the windows are not exactly the same all the way around. They can't be. It's not possible. Don't even want to know how much this would cost IRL. I try not to think about it. Like once again, backing up, the cost of building this, I don't even want to consider it. Oh, I've got a giant pane. I've got a pane of glass just sort of floating above the train like a guillotine. That's spectacular. But yeah, let's not like even without talking about how much it costs to build it, the amount of power that I'm using to run this place. Whee! Okay, that wall's done, that wall's done, this wall's done. Ah, there's a wall I missed. Okay, like that. Make sure it's not coming out the side. Good. Then take all of these. And why did I put the wood over here? Oh boy. It's going to be very difficult to see this one. That'll do. And take out the guide so that it looks like I'm spectacular. Simulation games are great. Yeah, well, I am playing in sandbox, so I do have money turned off. I have an unlimited amount of money and points, and I don't have to worry about how much my guests are paying. It also allowed me to turn off animal aging, which unfortunately also means that we have no babies. But it also means that I do not have to keep replacing my animals mid-build. Or worse, having to clean up all the children. Okay, am I coming out? I am not. Yet. Well, actually, I already came out. That's why I'm using the tag. But I do not want my windows to be coming through the walls. Let's just put that away. And then I also need to figure out something to do at these corners because they're kind of hideous. Haven't figured out what to do there yet. I may possibly just use the poles. I haven't decided. Okay, progress. I think I've done all of the ones that go this way. Oh, nope, no I haven't. I missed one. This one still doesn't have any glass. Alright, let's grab this and this. Come this way. That. Okay. So now it's these ones. What is my longest side? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it's this one's the longest one. Alright. And the reason I can get away with this is because the tiger's path I built on the grid. So they are all at perfect square angles to each other. Very handy. Oh, and that is the phone. We'll be right back. So yeah, I forgot to mute my phone before starting stream tonight because I'm very smart. Is my zoo paused? Is my zoo not paused? I'm not sure. I think I paused. I don't know anymore. Where was I? But yes, that phone call was also a reminder that I have run past my usual scheduled stop time, but I don't want to stop before I finish these windows. I will be stopping once I have done the windows, though. It's mostly because I have to deal with that phone call. Okay, I'm gonna drag this over here the fast way. Should probably be heading off to... Yeah, it is after midnight, and it took me a while to notice because I got all caught up in building things. And that happens with the Planet Zoo streams a lot. But the current plan is I'm gonna finish putting in these windows and taking out the extra windows. And then I will call it a night. Thank you, Madlib. Okay, you are lying to me and saying that you were at the right depth. That you could not possibly be at the right depth. Okay, that's those windows and those windows. Okay, all the windows are installed. Now I just have to delete extra windows and the guides. There's a lot of extra window here. Oh. Tuck thou into the wall. There we go. Okay. Good night, Madlib. Thank you for stopping by tonight. It's been nice having a conversation with you and having sing mode with you and forbidden words. And I really need to figure out a metric for how much to add to the timer for each time I say the forbidden word. Because that's the only thing that I can think of as being the punishment for saying the forbidden word. Okay. Yes. All the windows are in place, and all of my sneaky little measure guides have been deleted. Which gives me a whole nother week to figure out what to do about the corners on these roofs. I am honestly not certain what to do at the corners. I have no plan. I also should definitely be using a bigger piece of mesh than this. Like maybe the 4... No, that's the 4x2. Do I have a 4x1? Oh, I see. The only 1 meter one that I have is the 1x1. That's gonna be a pain in the butt. But yeah, what to do at the corners? That is the question. can't really curve this particular thing that I'm using as a ceiling around, unfortunately. Hmm. Also, I need to figure out how to fill in these corners before I build the roof. So that's two things that I need to think about for next week. What to do here, what to do here, what to do here, what to do here, and maybe what to do here, although I could probably just continue the roof treatment all the way down without suffering too badly. Like, as long as as long as I have the high side on this side, everything will be fine. So that is no big. But I don't have a fabric piece that does a corner like that. But yeah, I wonder. Let's try a quick experiment before I call it a night. I'm gonna bring this up here like this. And like that. And then do the same thing on the other side. Like that. And then make this touch here and touch here. You know? I don't think I like the way that it sticks out at the sides, but this design, I think, is like, if I made it flush. Okay. Okay, I like that. I just need to figure out how to carry that to the other corners. If I like grab all of these. Oh no. Okay, yeah, that's... How many of these corners do I have? 4. 5. Okay, okay. I have a plan. I have a thought. Do like that. And then like that. And do the same thing here that I did on that other one. To just make them touch. Okay. Turn off favorites. Into signs. Grab the first one that isn't absolutely ginormous. Well, that... not the best, but... Okay. And this one will say... finished. In bright yellow so that it's visible. And then this one will say set up. Also in bright yellow. And that way, future Foxwine will remember how to do this. Since I can't move it wholesale, I'm going to have to set it up on each corner. So this way, future me has a guide on how I did it. Actually, I'm going to take this sign and move it up out of my way so I can see. And same with this sign. I'm just gonna go up here. Because this is good. I like this. But getting the spacing right is gonna be... it's gonna be the main trick, basically. So this is what it looks like when it's tucked in. This is what it looks like before it's tucked in, and that's how I measure the spacing. way future me is hopefully not going to suffer over much. Just like how I set up a guide here for how I want to do the roof, now I have a guide set up for how the corner looks when it's finished and how to set up the spacing for that corner over here. And I have labeled them this time because this I can look at and can be like, oh yes, that's an example of how I'm going to do the roof. Yes, I see it perfectly. Whereas this versus that, little trickier. So future me gets a little bit of a break on that. Okay, so let's back up. And I want to mainly be looking at the pathing because that's what I'm working on right now. As I've got to get the interior of the path done before I finish the roof, because if I don't do those corners before I do the roof, I will be suffering so much. So, all right, let go. Let go. It's all let go. And I still got a view of the rest of the zoo here, although there are a lot of trees in the way, which I am very happy about. I do love a place with a lot of tree cover. Trees are good. I like trees. Okay. Save the zoo. Make sure I save the correct zoo. Once again, still not talking about the other file names. It's fine. Everything's fine. But yes, this is where I'm going to call it a night because it is, it's 1:45, so that's getting quite late. So this is where I will pick up again next week when I play Planet Zoo again. Working some more on this gorgeous tiger enclosure, which is it's fancier than the coyote enclosure. The coyotes, I didn't have to build an enclosed walkway. The tigers, I don't think people are going to be safe unless their walkway is enclosed. So yeah, that's the reason why I'm doing things this way. But you know, if you love the look of Nocturne here, and you would love to see me building other parts of it and installing other animals and how all things go, or what that light over there is that I never actually went to during this stream, well, good news. I have my previous streams archived on my YouTube channel, which I've just linked to in the chat. There's a playlist there for Planet Zoo. Nocturne is the only zoo that I have streamed so far, although it is definitely not the first zoo that I've built, as you may be able to tell. So it is all Planet Zoo, the Nocturne Zoo, up in the playlist there, and you can watch from the very beginning when I built a castle that was entirely too small up until the last time that I streamed this game, where I nearly finished the coyote pen. So there is that. So, and also there are the other streams that I do archived on there in case, you know, you're curious about what other stuff I play besides Planet Zoo. Or, she said, typing madly away, if you prefer to see me live playing other games, well, I will be back again tomorrow night starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. I will be playing Citizen Sleeper for Tangent Tuesday. I will be continuing in the plot where I left off, which is helping a refugee convoy to do things. There's a great variety of things that they're asking me to do. Hopefully one of them will lead to the missing weaponry, which I may or may not talk more about tomorrow night. We'll see. But I will be continuing onward in the plot there. Then on Wednesday night at approximately 7:15 or so, I will be playing group games with my friends. I will be playing either Among Us or Scribble It or 100% Orange Juice with them, depending on how many people we have, which people we have, and possibly a combination of the above if people arrive late or leave early or various stuff like that. We do have a formula. It makes a lot more sense when we're actually doing it than when I'm trying to explain it. I promise it goes much more smoothly on the actual night of. Then sometime between 10:15 and 10:30 or so, when my friends abandon me for this whole thing that they call sleeping, that is when I will be switching over to my solo Valheim server for a couple of hours until midnight-ish, where the planes need to give up their resources to me. I have some more hunting to do. I have found a goblin war camp that I need to sneak up on and see if they have anything that I want or need. I would like it if they don't, because I don't particularly want to fight a war camp by myself, but we'll cross that bridge when and if I come to it. We'll see. First I gotta sneak up on it, and then I gotta make decisions, so we'll see on that one. Then on Thursday night, I will be playing Hades for Try Not to Die Thursday, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. I'll be continuing in my campaign on that one, where I am desperately trying to gather as many keys as I can get. I need keys. I need all the keys. I need more than all the keys. I need my keys to have keys. So that is my main bent in Hades there, is to just try and get my hands on as many keys as I can get into my hands. That's a lot of hands. But, you know, it's Hades, so it'll be fine. I'm sure there's some multi-handed people in there somewhere who will help me out. Then I will be back again on Sunday night, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. I will be playing Baldur's Gate 3, where the plot is catching up with me. I'm coming up on the final fight, and whatever leads to the final, whatever I have to do to get to the final fight, which hopefully will not drain my resources too much, knock on wood. I don't really have a choice but to do the plot. I have nothing left but the main plot, so it's going to be a long rest and whatever comes with that long rest, and then we're going to go hunting the final boss. I know where to look. So that is how that's going. And then, next Monday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I shall return to Planet Zoo and the Nocturne Zoo, where this tiger enclosure and I are going to have it out with fisticuffs one way or another. Maybe without fisticuffs. Maybe just a battle with the roof. There's always a battle with the roof. And this one, I'm building my own roof, not using one of the inbuilt roofs, so it's going to get even more interesting. We'll see how this goes. Pray for me, maybe. I have some thoughts, but I'm going to have to do some experimentation. We'll see how that goes. Ideas I have. Whether or not they work, I do not know. I'm going to have to experiment, and that's going to take time. Time which I will take next week. So, that is the upcoming plan for the week. All the games that I have scheduled and everything that I intend to be doing in those games. As nebulous or vague as some of those plans may be, they're still my plans. And, you know, whether or not I follow my plans, I still have fun. And I have had so much fun tonight, and I hope that all of you have had at least as much fun as I have, and I hope that you all have a great night. Good night!